Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Allow me to open the chat on my phone and then we will get started. There we go. So, today, as you can see, we are going to be playing Dungeons 2. So, I have the first, I have the second, I have the third. Um, but I've played most of the first. It doesn't have a good, strong connection to the second one. It doesn't have the same good, funny sense of humor. It's got its own sense of humor, but it's not the same. It's a very different kind of game. So, we're going to be playing Dungeons 2. Now, this is a game that I have played before in my own time. During quarantine, I actually played through the entire campaign and I played through a game of winter. So, today for me is going to be a trip down memory lane from roughly 2 years ago. Uh, I did a couple of test runs just to make sure everything was set up appropriately. But I can show you my old load games. So these are the save games I have, and you can see this is like um, February 20th, 2020, February 27th, 2020, and then up here March 2nd, 2020. And I did a couple of quick checks to see how everything looked, get the sound, audio levels good. But that's pretty much it.
Job done.
So,
Somewhere in it was time. The troops of the Absolute Evil had driven the Alliance back to their capital, King's Ending. The time for the final battle had arrived. Prepare to destroy the Alliance, and with it, all good in the land once and for all.
so this is to show you the whole campaign. Um, Rather than pressing reset, because I don't know how much of this I'll end up playing on stream. I mean, if people like it, I'll play the whole thing. But rather than pressing reset, I figure I'll start from the beginning, and we'll see how things go. So as you heard him, it it was time. So I don't need to read too much in this game, which I appreciate. All right, let's just jump in, get started.
Once upon a time, there was a kingdom full of flowers and rainbows, where the sun shone all the time and there was loads of that goody-goody, lovey-dovey good people stuff going on. There, the alliance of abominably good people lived in unearned wealth and prosperity. But there was a path leading to a different place there. At the end of this path was a rock. There was a cave carved in this rock in which the absolute evil lived. It wasn't a grubby, damp cave smelling of muck and mildew, but a deep, dark dungeon, so dark that even darkness itself was afraid of it. It was home to numerous innocent monsters who enjoyed a happy, contented existence, living in complete harmony with their environment. But time and again, the sickening, sweet-smelling good visited this underworld in search of treasure and experience points. Many monsters found this to be the death of them, but much worse, the absolute evil's treasures were being stolen. One day, just as a few more heroes had finished plundering its dungeon, the absolute evil decided it had had enough and decided to do something new, something quite monstrous. Go to the surface. The Alliance tried to resist, but the approaching horde just flowed over them like an angry wave of axes, teeth, and bad breath. After numerous unrelenting battles, the absolute evil finally stood before the Alliance's capital, King's Ending.
Okay, so that's the backstory for the game. It does look like Facebook is struggling, truly struggling to play this, but it's okay to stream this.
After countless battles, the forces of the Absolute Evil reached the Alliance capital, King's Ending. The laughable remnants of the forces of good had come here to make ready for the final battle. Evil would pay a high price indeed to storm those fortress walls, or so they thought. Suddenly, a rumble rose from deep within the earth. Stones burst asunder, revealing an ancient path into the depths. Out of the depths of Stygian darkness arises the invincible evil. With earth-shaking steps, the unstoppable evil began its trek towards the front. In the terribly improbable event that it may have forgotten how that works, a formidable help function has been provided.
So right now it's like your typical RTS game.
The presence of the absolute evil was also reflected in the land itself. Grass withered, and in places the ground tore open to reveal bubbling lava.
The damage I do is either 666 or 1337.
Even the forest could not withstand the aura of the ultimate evil, and beat a hasty retreat.
That should give you an
A
idea.
few of the Alliance units had entrenched themselves here. A determined absolute evil marched towards them in order to strike them down with its mighty weapon.
That should give you an idea of the time this game was made.
The absolute evil had discovered a medal. These legendary awards ensured a creature could be made even more powerful. Only one downside: a creature could only wear one at a time. Eyes ablaze with greed, the insidious evil gazed upon the blood-drenched battlefield. Here the last defenders of good would die, and an age of evil begin. Projectiles from the Alliance's catapults darkened the sky, but the Horde's fighting skills were at their best in darkness if they survived.
Oh, interesting. Some of these are 665. I saw 664 just now. I know it's supposed to be
Nothing
666.
and no one could stop the invincible evil.
You get an achievement if you die at the beginning, by the way. I actually went through and got all but one of the achievements for this game. The only one I didn't get requires you to play the game online.
Defeating good was as easy as taking candy from a baby for the unstoppable evil. Candy. The absolute evil destroyed the defenders' camp in the east with the greatest of ease. Now, only one tiny camp offers any resistance to the absurdly evil evil. And even that will be able to hold out for much longer.
So the question marks just tell you how to do stuff.
The absolute evil destroyed the defenders' camp in the west with the greatest of ease. The defenders in front of the city had been beaten to a pulp and defeated. Now the time had come to attack King's Ending. The final battle beckoned.
Sometimes the narrator will speak over himself.
The city gate was firmly barricaded by the Alliance's archers. But the absolute evil would not allow itself to be held up by such ridiculous impediment. So, go get 'em! Destroy them now! Ha 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 ha! Oh yes, sorry, stay in character. The absolute evil used its all-powerful magic to eliminate the archers and open the gate to the city. Using its legend, wait for it, dairy powers, the absolute evil destroyed the impediment with ease and simultaneously eliminated a whole group of defenders. True story. The road to the capital was now clear. The absolute evil did not hesitate for even 1 nanosecond.
And if I hesitate, let's see what he says.
Actually, the cowardly evil did hesitate. What would have waited in the city? Would its lousy defenders, which it previously had managed to slay in droves, suddenly come up with something more serious? The insidious evil entered King's Ending. A small, pitiful group of defenders stood in its way. Suddenly, the doors of several houses in the city opened, and with a loud roar, defenders bore down on the rather surprised evil. An ambush. The invincible evil had crushed the defenders. King's Ending had been defeated. At least, that's what it thought. Suddenly, the final heroes of the Alliance emerged from nowhere. Another ambush? Now, this was becoming very boring. But wait, this time it was different. Instead, the heroes raised their hands and started singing an incomprehensible chant. A magical ritual? This did not bode well. Well, actually, it bode the arrival of good things, great things, unless you happen to be the absolute evil.
Okay, so that's the end of mission 1.
Job done. Again, somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, the ultimate evil awoke. It did not know what had happened, nor why it had awoken, but it longed for revenge.
Okay, and let's press play.
The last remaining heroes of the country joined forces and cast a powerful banishment spell. The absolute evil disappeared from sight with a threatening gesture, and a faint whispered, "I'll be back," could be heard, coming from its lips. The absolute evil had been banished, and its essence shattered into several pieces. Its reign of terror had ended. The good people of the overworld rejoiced, and an era of peace began for the Alliance. The evil creatures were driven back into the underground, doomed to serve as cannon fodder for pleasure-seeking adventurers. Meanwhile, secreted away in the world's most inaccessible places, the last remains of the absolute evil were resting, never again to see the light of the overworld. Until today, that is. Somewhere deep under the earth, the ultimate evil awoke. And the hand of terror arose, controlled by the ultimate evil. Come on, hand of terror, arise, damn you! Methinks that exploring the surrounding area would be a sensible strategy. However, to do this, light would be required. Still not bright enough. An old throne room was revealed by the light. The circumstances remained a mystery. The hand of terror flew through the throne room, following each and every thought the ultimate evil had. After a few flying sessions, the ultimate evil was able to control the hand with ease. The time had come to call forth creatures who were completely devoted to it and would do its dirty work. Little Snots were the dregs of each and every dungeon and spent their time taking care of it. The expansion mad evil hired one Snot on the spot.
So hire
The
little
first
snot.
little Snot appeared. It was completely ready to work in the dungeon and to crawl in the dust before the ultimate evil. Little Snots were important to the ultimate evil because they took care of many important little things, such as excavating new areas. The psionically gifted evil could sense the presence of something important that was buried to the south. It instructed its little Snots to dig in that direction. As quick as a fart, the little Snot made his way to the marked position and began to dig. Behold, the creatures of the overjoyed evil had apparently been much more industrious than it had thought. A great dungeon was revealed behind the wall. Everything was already in place. Doors, traps, a well-filled treasury. But wait, treasury? And where, if you please, is this treasury? Oh well. One can't expect too much of these mindless little Snots. First of all, some gold had to be dug out to make space for a treasury to be created. The hand of terror swiftly marked a few small gold veins so that the little Snots could excavate them. As soon as the gold vein was selected, a little Snot immediately set out to mine valuable gold for the greedy evil.
And they're gonna carry it back here for now until I can get a treasure room set up. I can't zoom out anymore, but I can zoom in.
Once most of the gold had been mined, the Hand of Terror quickly created a treasury on the spot so that the precious metal could be safely stored. The clever evil mastered this task with flying colors. From now on, little Snots could use the treasury to store mined gold. It was then at the greedy evil's disposal whenever more rooms needed to be built or new creatures recruited. Little Snots were all well and good, but were too weak and cowardly to defend the dungeon. Since it was not able to defend itself, the ultimate evil would have to hire some orcs. But they would require food. Liquid food. Well, beer to be precise. So the next important thing to build was a brewery. And that would require some space to be created. The ultimate evil had the feeling that its servants were not really putting their backs into the work. Might a hearty slap from the Hand of Terror change that? The sadistic evil encouraged its creature to work a little faster, with a friendly but not at all gentle slap.
There we go. I have two ore gold veins over here that I can also turn into treasure rooms, like so. There's no way to speed up the game as far as I can remember. And you can see here, that's my gold, and then this is mana. Later we can cast spells. Oops. Left click makes the tooltip pop up the window like you just saw. Right click just
There was
dismisses
now
it.
an area cleared for the brewery site, and with quick finger snaps from the hand of terror, the room stood ready. Excellent. But the recently built brewery lacked a brewing copper. With a sigh of resignation, the overworked evil set about taking care of that too.
Yes, the overworked evil is quite.
The hard-working evil effortlessly built a brewing copper so that delicious beer could be brewed as soon as possible. One of the little snots started working on the brewing copper. The nostalgic evil banished all thoughts of Oktoberfest and brass bands. Those would have to wait. More important tasks had to be completed first. Both beer and gold were now available in the dungeon, so it was time to hire some creatures to defend against greedy heroes or whatever else snuck around underground. At present, it was only simple orcs declaring undying loyalty to the ultimate evil. The rest of the horde was scattered to the winds.
Okay, go back. And now I can hire orcs.
Orcs were defensive close combat specialists, capable of dealing with many opponents. However, they were very vulnerable to ranged attacks.
There we go.
Payday! An eerie gong rang through the halls. It did not bode well for the ultimate evil's treasury stocks, for at each sounding of the gong, the creatures would collect their undeserved wages. However, there was little it could do about this, as it was chained to the throne. Thus, it had to give free rein to its servants' desires, for the time being at least.
Let's build one more. And then let's build two more snots.
The dungeon of the expansion-mad evil grew and prospered, but unfortunately, it had reached the maximum possible population it could currently manage. Now a creature would have to be thrown into the bottomless pit before any others could be brought in. A thirsty orc arrived at the brewery. Eager and slavering, he started demolishing the alcohol-hoarding evil's stock of beer.
So what he said is I can just pick up and drop it like that.
The creature disappeared into the pit of uselessness with a long drawn and gradually diminishing "Ah." This particular act of wickedness brought a smile to the face of the ultimate evil.
And I can also slap them, make them move faster. And you can see what they're doing here. So they're prettying up your dungeon. They're just building stuff on the walls to make it look nicer. And you can see brewing, digging for gold, all of that good stuff. Okay, so I need 5 orcs. So that means I'll have to get rid of him. And him. Then I can make one more orc.
One louse-infested orc crawled up from the depths and declared allegiance to the ultimate evil. The first step towards the creation of a powerful army had been taken. The profound evil had had enough of dungeon sightseeing and now wanted to move to the surface to try a dish that is best served cold. Revenge. some Alliance members were bound to be guarding the entrance to the overworld. A fine appetizer for a vengeful evil.
Okay. So I believe they want me to dig my way to the door like this. Something like that. And by doing this, I can actually kind of see the layout. And I can choose a path like this.
The nameless evil's creatures came upon a spider's nest during their search for an entrance to the overworld. It would take more than one orc to smoke that out. The abysmal evil used the Hand of Terror to grab several of the creatures that were still completely inexperienced at fighting and threw them onto the spider's nest.
Here's another one of those medals. Just put that
The
there.
creatures of the ultimate evil suddenly the spiders dropped like flies. The strategically well-versed evil patted itself on the back, proud that it had led its troops into battle with such aplomb. And by led, I just simply mean chucking them at the enemy. The basics of a dungeon were now in place. However, the brewery was puny and didn't really have room to store beer barrels in, and the treasury was also anything but impressive in size. Quickly, the expansion-hungry evil set out to enlarge its dungeon.
The evil has awoken, but its brothers are still asleep.
Huh? What on earth was that? That's not in my script. What a weirdo. No matter. We'd better get back to concentrating on the dungeon.
Should be, yeah. Come on then.
It's payday. A huge monstrosity loomed out of the darkness on 8 legs. This dungeon's human guards had been ancient history for a long while. Now it was home to a huge spider and her brood. Would Sam and Frodo escape it and continue their journey to Mount Doom, or was this the end of the Ring Bearer? Hang on a minute, that's not the right text. Where were we? Oh yes, a huge spider, henceforth called the Spider Queen. It would be necessary to eliminate the Spider Queen before the Horde could reach the surface. The Spider Queen sent forth a wave of her children. Of course, the ultimate evil was fully aware of this danger and immediately prepared to defend itself against them. At least, that's what I heard.
Nope. Okay, so I got some potions. You can use the potions to heal them, but really doesn't matter that much.
The vile perversion, once called the Spider Queen, had nothing more with which she could fight the Horde. Later, the sensitive evil would have her innards made into a lava lamp. The way to the surface was open. Now it was time to put those vengeance plans into practice. The vile evil wanted to take this opportunity to utter a really sinister laugh, but unfortunately, its physical state made this unviable. Instead, it asked the narrator to do a bit of sinister laughter on its behalf. Oh well, here goes. Deep breath.
Okay, that's the end of stage 2.
Job done.
Nope,
Once
job
the
is not
ultimate
done.
evil had escaped from the depths, still fettered to the throne, it traveled to wreak terrible vengeance on those who had done this, heavily supported by its little snots. The first target was Paladin Robert, now King of the Alliance. He had withdrawn to the quiet surroundings of his hunting lodge. There, he would be the perfect victim.
Okay, and let's play.
According to scouts, King Robert spent most of his time strolling around his hunting lodge garden reciting poetry. Soon his poetry would turn into mournful ballads. The vengeful evil thirsted to defeat the Alliance's king and mount his head on the wall as a trophy. Whoops, of course, I really mean that he wanted to take all of King Robert's cookies away. Better play it safe, or the age classification folks will be after me. Before that, however, the ultimate evil had to do a bit of work on the dungeon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fund even a small army made up of a few orcs.
Okay, let's expand over here and over here. I want to grab that gold. Get this gold over here. And get this gold. Maybe find a different path than right in front of the door. Okay, we have 3 snots. We're going to want to build 2 more. Get things moving a bit faster. And build 1 more. Treasury.
The first treasury was completed. Soon greedy evil's little snots would fill it with gold. You know the golden rule, right? Whoever has the gold makes the rules.
And this is an example of, I can fill things in, I believe.
Right now, the restricted evil was only able to call upon orcs and little snots. But there had been rumors that some goblins were hiding out in a cave somewhere close by. The exploratory evil would be sure to follow this line of inquiry.
Come on, hurry up. Okay, so this is an example of how to fill in areas. They'll do it automatically. Once you set it up, they'll do it in the correct order. So they won't trap themselves, which is nice. Faster. So slow.
The strategy guidebook, Dungeons for Dummies, says mountains don't always just consist of rocks and stone, but may also include natural as well as artificial caves and rooms. These usually contain treasures and dangers to make digging around underground more exciting.
Yes. Okay, now we're going to want to build a brewery over here.
The first brewery was completed. Soon beer would be flowing like a river, and an Oktoberfest atmosphere would pervade all. Would the ultimate evil put the beer baron out of business? Ugh, such a duff reference.
expand this a little bit. And we're going to want to go... I don't want them to have to run so far to get from the treasury to the brewery. So they can do that.
The ultimate evil should never forget to keep a watchful eye on its beer and gold stores. If its creatures can't help themselves whenever they need to, they will get angry. Fast.
Okay. So now that that's...
The warmongering
Set up.
evil had hired the first orc. As ancient wisdom says, violence is a solution, usually the only one.
Hire another orc.
Another orc entered the service of the military-savvy evil. The horde was growing and prospering.
Faster. Don't be so slow.
The ultimate evil slowly made itself cozy underground. Although this was a sensible decision, there was a large and... The steady pounding in the rocks had given rise to overworld rumors of a new dungeon. A group of heroes set out to plunder its riches, and the ultimate evil was already looking forward to this visit.
Come now. Faster.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Okay, I think that's enough building, digging for now. We can finish digging this later. Hurry up. Okay, grab my orcs and drop them here.
The throne room is under attack. The heroes didn't know what had hit them, as several orcs bore down from nowhere and annihilated them. This group of heroes had plundered their last dungeon, but there would be more.
Okay, gold is around 500. I would like 7 slots and 3 orcs.
The time to attack appeared to be right. On the surface, in the tavern of a small, miserable village, some adventurers gathered. They were acquiring Dutch courage for their visit to the dungeon by downing several beers. The dungeon had to be destroyed.
Send them up to the surface. And now I control them just like any old RTS. So I can give them this metal. This is, what kind of metal? The Explorer, 50% view range. I'll save that for later. There are units. That's the word. There are units that would be better suited for that sort of metal. Orcs are basically just meat tanks. They take a bunch of damage, and that's pretty much all that they're good for. It's just taking a lot of damage. When payday arrives, they get paid automatically if they are on the surface.
A delicious rumble announced the fact that the village's last house had crashed to the ground. Ha! There would be no more heroes meeting there to seek out the dungeon of the destruction-hungry evil. The hunting lodge of King Robert lay in the north. It was there that the ultimate evil would finally get its long-awaited revenge. However, it looked pretty damn well guarded. Maybe it should first visit the cave to the west, inhabited by a clan of goblins, where the cunning evil could do a little negotiating.
Yeah, I should probably do that first. I'll go there first, then I'll head back because Thulok needs to heal. The medal that I grabbed for Muskak is a 25% HP buff, which is perfect for orcs.
The goblin leader prostrated himself joyfully before the ultimate evil, and immediately dispatched 2 goblins into its dungeon with a few plans for a new room, a tinkerer's cave. This was built as quickly as possible.
Okay. Now we can finish this. A Tinker's Cave. So we're going to put that over here.
The Tinkerer's Cave was built. It could, however, only be used as a warehouse, as it lacked the workshop that the insidious evil's goblins needed. Quick as a flash, Evil placed a creator mat in the Tinkerer's Cave.
Tinker's Cave there and here. There we go. Now I can put a creator mat over here.
A sparkling new creator mat graced the Tinkerer's Cave of the expansion-hungry evil. A goblin would be able to work well in here, producing toolboxes. A few of these boxes would now be needed in order to invent a trap. The moody evil waited patiently.
Okay, let's head back to my orcs. And, oh, there's a potion, so I can just give Thulok the potion. There we go. They're all healed up. Head to the surface. It's this one. Oh, that's the ranged one. Okay. Okay. A group of adventurers is going to come down at some point. After they do, I will be able to send the orcs on their way. Can you come in here? And I can create more goblins if I want. So, uh, goblins are okay from what I remember. They backstab enemies. They're not usually targeted by the enemies, but they die really easy. Let's want to fill in this place.
As cowardly as the goblins were, their creativity more than made up for this. They proudly presented the treacherous evil with their plan for a devious trap. With a silent, evil cackle, it quickly buckled down to setting the trap.
Here we go. And here are some rats. Let's fill. Can I fill this in? Nope. Okay. And I want to put a treasury right here. How do I rotate? R. So I press R to rotate. So I have this selected and I can
Job done.
press
The trap
R.
was finished and ready to be found by a hero. This is going to be so much fun. Just at that moment, a particularly powerful dwarf warrior appeared in the dungeon. How had he suddenly arrived at this precise time was indeed most odd, but his presence was more than welcome. He was going to be a guinea pig for the trap. Even this strong dwarf warrior didn't stand a chance against the treacherous traps and powerful monsters of the invincible evil. He bit the dust. So much for a game of dwarves. The dungeon's defenses were now clearly much improved, but the hunting lodge still remained well protected and impregnable. There was nothing that the ultimate evil could do. The task was impossible. So the evil withdrew, bent and broken, let feelings of revenge ebb away, and instead took up looking after those cute, teeny-weeny trees. What are they called again? Bonsai, yes, that's it. The end. Pretty unsatisfactory, huh? Of course, that wasn't the end. In reality, the indefatigable evil paid the Goblin Cave another little visit. The Goblin leader would hopefully spit out something useful after a few more slaps.
Go here. Okay. There you go.
The expansion-driven evil couldn't wait to explore the further possibilities of the Tinkerer's Cave. In particular, a hospital seemed a useful way to cure its ailing units. It set about asking for this to be researched.
And go here, research rooms, hospital. Goblins cost 1, snots cost 1, orcs cost 2. Population. I have a total of 15 I can have. Let's hire 2 more goblins.
the charitable evil had researched the hospital. This would enable its units to quickly recover from their injuries, once it had been built, that is.
And okay, I'll leave Thulok with him, just in case there was more, and send the other two back.
Your dungeon is full of yogurt. Yogurt? What's this all about? There's absolutely no yogurt. Oh, it's supposed to be a funny illusion, I see. Very funny.
Yeah, they have some weird dialogue like that sometimes. Okay, let's grab these two. Drop them here. Alright, now we can build a
There are enemies in your dungeon.
hospital.
The caring evil had good-naturedly built a hospital for its suffering creatures. It, however, still lacked a hospital bed. Little Snots would then bring any units there that had been injured in the dungeon. The first hospital bed had been built. Wounded units could now be healed in the hospital. Little Snots would also be able to bring defeated creatures here so that they could be nursed back to health. Although I have made myself perfectly clear, someone has persistently refused to follow my story. Instead of handling the whole goblin and castle thing, it seems the one in charge was busy handling something else.
Yes. Okay, those are all blown up. Make your way down to there. Okay, Goblin and Cave. Where is... beat up the Goblin Chieftain.
A few hard slaps were enough to motivate the leader of the goblins to help the ultimate evil. As it transpired, there was an old tunnel which had been previously used as an escape route. This connected the Goblin Cave with the vaults of the Hunting Lodge. The Goblin leader voluntarily made a Goblin assassin available to the hard-hitting evil to help infiltrate the lodge.
Okay, so now we've got these two extra caves. So we've got this Goblin assassin,
The
which...
cheerful evil was pleased with this support. An assassin was a decent melee fighter, but its actual strength lay in its ability to make itself invisible. This was, of course, tested out immediately.
which we can use, and we're going to be navigating it through this dungeon. It's invisible.
It's payday.
Okay, and while it's invisible, it can actually insta-kill not all, but most enemy units.
Despite the powerful invisibility skill, it was advisable for the ultimate evil to be cautious. Some opponents had such highly trained observation skills that they were actually able to see invisible units.
That would be this guy. Yeah.
A locked door prevented the assassin from progressing. It would have taken a long, long, long time for him to have opened it with sheer brute force using weaponry. Thankfully, he had a suitable skill with which he could deactivate doors, and more importantly, traps.
Okay, so I can use E and deactivate. Run away from the rat. And invisible. Oh. This guy. Okay, should be a potion up here. Yes, right here. That I can use to heal. I use it in a moment. I want to make sure I get all the enemies dealt with in here. Oh, you're stuck behind this door now.
The on-the-ball evil recognized that the warrior princess there was extremely powerful. The goblin assassin would be best advised to avoid any contact with her.
Okay, yeah, grab the potion. Invisible.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
And we're gonna see what her path is. I think it's just going up and down here. If he dies, they just give me another one, and they have a funny quip about it. Invisible. I want to see if I can take her out in one hit or not. Nope. Okay, let's make our way back. Invisible. Okay, we're good. We have these troops here we need to take care of. And you can see his hit points do go down kind of quick. Grab the potion. Okay, and let's check on our dungeon. So, a couple of things I want to do. I want to build some more traps over here. Put that like that. That one there. And that one there. If you have a
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
If you have a single path like this, then generally speaking, you will only have. Jeez, how big is this one? You will only have one. One snot who's digging through everything. Okay. going to cancel that one. And we can get rid of that one. Where are my orcs? There we go. Go back to the castle. It's an autosave.
Payday!
How's my mana looking? Mana's at 100% again. So let's head back to the surface. Or to the surface for the first time
A
with the assassin.
Gobobot was being forced to make miserable repairs in the lodge. A brief feeling of what it thought might be sympathy passed through the sensitive evil, but this actually turned out to be a mighty belch. Naturally, it would free the useful Gobobot anyway.
Okay, we're gonna take this dwarf out.
Elated by the assassin's attempt at rescuing it, the Gobobot joined the horde and succeeded in showing its tormentors a real hot time. Its ability to more or less ignore ranged damage and set fire to large areas would come in very handy.
Okay. Invisible. Okay, bye-bye, Goblin
Enemies have
Assassin.
entered the dungeon. And so the negligent evil promptly allowed the only really vital unit to this mission to die. The goblin leader sighed and put his second best assassin at evil's disposal at the basement exit.
Yeah, that's what he says. Let's destroy this. Yeah, that stuff's looking good.
The hunting lodge was completely destroyed. The vengeful evil gave itself a very self-satisfied pat on the back. The time was right to concentrate on King Robert. He was in his renowned garden reciting his much less renowned love poems. The lyrically challenged evil had no time for poetry and would soon make this tangibly clear to him.
Okay, make our way down. Just ignore everything along the way. And the Gobobot can pick up the ranged. And I'll bring him to the hospital so he can heal up. Okay, what is this one? Boredom minus 90%.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
This one will be quite useful. Let's build a treasury over here. And another hospital right there with a couple of beds. One, more than a couple. 2, 3. Since I've got more units now, it's good to have. Okay. Drop you here. There you go. Now you are less likely to be bored. Got lots of beer. Toolboxes are good. Not too much to worry about. Let me pull this out. This to the side. Okay, now I'm a lot more comfortable. We can take this out. Let's build a treasury right here.
It's payday.
Come on, faster now. That should increase our gold quite a lot. Let's give you beating up allies. Okay, I'm going to bring all my troops to the surface. I see these guys coming down. After these guys are done coming down, I'll grab everyone, head to the surface, and head to Robert's, King Robert's place. Castle?
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
And grab you. You. And I'll leave one goblin. Three orcs, three goblins, and a gobblebot. They have no abilities, no abilities, no abilities. Yeah, so just focus on the goblin assassin.
king was accompanied by a pixie who was able to cast powerful healing magic. Any direct attack would be suicidal. Mercifully, the omniscient and helpful narrator was at hand. He pointed out to the impatient evil that the pixie went off from time to time in order to check that all was well, and much more importantly, eat her supper in a little camp to the south. The pixie buzzed over to eat her meal. The ultimate evil prepared an ambush. One would think that killing a fragile flying being wouldn't be rocket science. But an incredibly incompetent evil had taken far too long in doing so and had startled a few guards into action. The annoying little pixie had spoken her last healing spell. The crafty-minded evil sculpted a fan from her wings. Now it was time to look for King Robert and ensure his early demise. King Robert fell, and the ultimate evil had received its well-deserved revenge. But there were still many more heroes out there who deserved to bite the dust. Their time would come.
And that's that one done. Now on to mission number 4.
Job done. The demigod Krotos, one of the sniveling cowards who had banished the ultimate evil, had just marched his alliance army out of the swamplands to fight the snake-like Nagas. The ultimate evil wanted to teach him the full futility of war by ensuring his untimely passing. Besides, the Nagas could prove to be valuable allies.
Okay, play.
King Robert was defeated, but there were more heroes whose life the ultimately vindictive evil was after. Here in the swamplands, the demigod Krotos was just leading the Alliance's troops against feral Naga clans. They had retreated here after the collapse of the Dark Army. It would seem sensible to first strike an alliance with these Nagas before the impatient evil squared up against Krotos.
It would seem. Doesn't mean it will happen. Build a treasury here.
The gold-greedy evil built the first underground treasury, thus laying the foundations for insane amounts of hoarded treasure.
P. Worry about collecting mana once we have the Nagas. Where are the entrances? Here's one entrance. Here's another entrance. This one goes to up here. Let's build a couple of orcs. Build a brewery over here.
The first brewery was built underground. Later, orcs and goblins would get obscenely drunk there, and then meander through the dungeons, slurring their words and singing lewd songs.
To expand this just a little bit. There we go. pathway between the treasury and the brewery. Faster. This equals 300. Yep, that should be fine. They're probably going to come in from down there in a moment. Let's build another snot. What I would like to do is get this whole area here excavated and build a maze of sorts. Faster. Good. They're doing that.
The Alliance had discovered the presence of the ultimate evil. This had nothing to do with a tip-off from a certain narrator who wanted to increase the tension. It was pure coincidence. The good people responded, as you might expect, with a direct attack on the dungeon.
Yes. Get all of this cleared out. Money-wise,
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ooh. My orcs should be able to take care of them.
It's payday.
There we go. Now let's pick all of them up, put them in the treasury so they can collect their money. Deselect those. Hurry up now. Let's expand the brewery a little bit.
From the Dungeons 2 strategy guide, Naga's arranged units and can detect invisible creatures.
Okay. Get all of this set up. filling in parts of this now.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Do like that. And do this up to here. Get some of this cleared away.
The throne room is under attack.
Okay, grab my forks. Oop, oop, oop. Don't have a hospital yet, so just gonna move him to the side. Build a Tinker's area. Yeah. Let's put it down here.
A tinkerer's cave had been built. Soon traps and doors in the dungeon would make any would-be hero's life more tricky.
Let's put on those 2 boxes. Da-da-da. Put that there. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of some of these snots now.
Pleased Evil's hard-working goblins had made plans for a new room, a guard room. There, creatures could patrol and keep a lookout for heroes. Immediately, the Ultimate Evil got down to having this room researched.
Not quite, but sure. Let's fill in this, and we can have a
Out
path.
there, the swamplands looked bleak and unfriendly.
Good.
Not an area Charlie would surf in.
And we're gonna want to do like this. Okay, that looks good. Build this in like this. And like this. Okay. Oop. Just gonna click on that to build hospital.
It's payday.
Oh, you're so slow.
Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
Ah, these spiders. Don't worry about that for now. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. And we needn't concern ourselves with any of this for the time being. There we go. This could be a really cool treasury, should we need it. Okay, let's build a hospital. Where should I put it?
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I'm gonna put it
A
here.
hospital had been built. From now on, wounded monsters could be cured there.
Okay.
100 years later, the dungeon of outdated evil was discovered by other baddies. Following careful investigation, they came upon the single reason why this dungeon had failed. There was no guard room. Maybe you should work towards preventing this future becoming reality.
No. There we go. Let's expand this just a little bit. And not enough gold for the guard room quite yet. Or much of anything. I don't have that much gold to begin with. But it does seem I have this area quite well figured out. I can put a guard room right here. This will be the guard room. Maybe get rid of this. Okay. You guys all healed? Everyone good? Yep, everyone's healed up. Send them to the surface.
The exploration Keen Evil sent its troops to the surface for the first time. The swamplands spread out before them. The next step was to either find the Nagas and recruit them, or be massacred by the army of the Alliance. It was a difficult decision.
Yes, very difficult decision. I will build 2 more goblins to fill up my population before I get the Nagas.
In the distance, the Ultimate Evil's creatures could see a massive stone building. A Naga temple? The army of the Ultimate Evil could view the temple from the top of the hill. And it did indeed not look good for the Nagas. The nauseatingly good hero Krotos personally led the Alliance into battle and was forcing the snake creatures to retreat. Only his death would deliver the temple back into the hands of evil. Well, that could be arranged.
Oh, I have no money left. That's a problem. I need you guys to focus on getting money. Do it quickly. Watching my money right now.
The creatures of a suspiciously suicidal evil made their way towards a treacherous ambush. At the last minute, however, they changed their minds.
Well, thank you for the advice, narrator. So I suppose I should go this way then. Ah, there we go. Now I've got some money.
The troops of the Ultimate Evil stumbled upon a patrol of the Alliance that had caught some Nagas. Of course, they immediately set about wiping out the much-hated heroes. Oh, and by the way, you could, of course, also set those Nagas free.
I could, couldn't I? But wouldn't it be funnier to leave them in the cage?
The last fighter in the patrol was defeated. Creatures of the Horde cheered. Oh yes, and set the Naga free as well. They were overjoyed to join the Ultimate Evil. The eager for new units evil sent his creatures further towards where it expected the Naga camp to be. The Nagas kept up their fight to free their unholy temple from the Alliance. If the Ultimate Evil was to help them win it back, then their support would be guaranteed. Since that fitted perfectly with the planned revenge on Krotos, it was the ideal solution.
I'll leave that mana potion for now. Just gonna let the Naga heal my orcs. Okay. Kill the bear.
The approaching horde startled a few animals. Dinner.
Oh dear. Okay, at this point, this is when I need this. Someone died. Ah, from the spiders once again. I should deal with those spiders, shouldn't I?
The Horde defeated the bears with ease and stocked up on bear meat. However, as bear meat is not actually a resource in the game, this was utterly irrelevant.
Aw. Let's build. Yeah, we can build 2 more beds, so we have 5. Head over here. This looks good. Oh dear.
It's payday.
Okay, I'm going to need to bring my orcs back.
The throne room is under attack.
Dead, unconscious, unconscious. Ah, good, you have returned.
The guard room plans were still on ice. The goblins of the Leisurely Evil patiently awaited the time when they could finally start this research.
Okay. Anyone unconscious? Healing, 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 healing. Yeah, okay, that works. Build a treasury here. And then you're so eager for your guard room, huh? Let's build the guard room. And doors. Oh, I can only do one at a time. So I only got one of those. Let's expand the Tinkerer's place. There. Tinkering away. And while they do that, doors. Traps. Here we go. Research, thrashers, and treasure chests. I think I canceled the guard room by accident. Yep. I just canceled the door. Oh, it's already researched. Okay. No problem, then. How's my money? Money's pretty good. That'll keep my goblins busy.
The guard room was researched and ready for construction. Creatures that were thrown there by the Hand of Terror would keep watch and be especially vigilant for intruders. They were able to alert other creatures near the guard room and summon them for reinforcement as well.
There's some guard room for you.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Yes, there are. Grab the orcs. Grab the one Naga that I've got. And just drop him right here. Dennis.
Payday.
Good job. Ah, yes, the autosave. 24 barrels of beer and 23 toolboxes. I can fill this in like that. Build a door here, and a second door here. And build guard room. Like so. Okay, dungeon seems to be in good condition. Grab the Naga, and let's grab two of the goblins. So I can set different groups to different keybinds, but it's not always the easiest for my keyboard to cooperate. So, okay, that works. And then I'll set you to this one. Okay, this one didn't get set properly. There we go. So if I do need to do any sort of micromanagement, it'll be a little easier. So send them in first.
Alliance troops. It appeared that more units had made themselves invisible with the help of magic. The support of a Naga would be needed to detect them.
Oof. Lost an orc. Just grab the potion or not. Could have sent the Naga to grab the potion. It might have saved the one orc that died.
At last, the Horde reached the Naga's camp. They were not able to offer the ultimate evil much help. However, they spoke of an artifact that was hidden deep down in the mountain. It would make defeating the Alliance a piece of cake. The Nagas opened a portal to the artifact using their ancient magic. The insidious evil debated briefly whether it was worth the risk. Finally, however, it decided it was only a question of its creatures' lives, and of course, the ultimate evil didn't give a toss about them.
Yes. How long before he despawns?
The Horde had passed through the Naga portal and found themselves in an old altar chamber, in the center of which lay a very ancient-looking object. This had to be the artifact. Some creatures appeared to be guarding it.
And this one. Come on. There we go. So this is them on their own. I can't
Defend the
micromanage
throne
them.
room.
Oh dear. Let's grab my orcs, grab my Naga, grab all of these. Need to defend the throne room.
A teensy-weensy hint. These artifact guards are preventing you from continuing. Get rid of them.
Yes, yes, yes. But I need to protect the throne room. Okay. You. I'll leave.
Payday.
No, I won't leave them. There we go. Send them back to the surface. Oh, actually, I don't need to do that. Since the artifact is right up here.
I don't believe it. Is there really still a guard at the artifact? My goodness, my grandma would have finished the whole game by now. Move your butt, do something.
Okay, that was worth waiting. Lying unconscious. I'll put you here.
Once the artifact guards were eliminated, the artifact began to glow. It almost seemed to be waiting to be picked up. It looked as if the artifact would fit perfectly into the mysterious altar base that lay deep within the dungeon of the ultimate evil. Maybe it would be a good idea to place it there.
Oh, I can actually pick it up.
The artifact was currently lifeless. It needed some magic. The expanding evil's creature's next task was to expose some mana crystals. This mana would be necessary to charge the artifact up.
There we go. So now I do this. Can I build the mana room? No, I cannot. How are my snots doing?
The mana crystals had finally been dug up. Magic crackled in the air. Oh no, wait, that's just the popcorn I'm making. But a mana crystal on its own was really of no value to the ultimate evil. It would take a crystal chamber to make this valuable asset usable. A room was quickly installed under the crystal. The crystal chamber shone with the brilliance of a freshly painted room. To exploit this effectively, the success-enabling evil was now able to recruit Nagas. At this exact moment, the clan conveniently placed some of these snake-like beings at its disposal.
There we go. Now we got mana. Research.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Oh dear.
Apparently, it had not escaped the notice of the Alliance's magicians that something disturbing was going on in the underground. So they decided to mount powerful attacks on the dungeon. But the ultimate evil had been warned. That's what I'm doing right now, by the way, and created such a formidable defense that it would have brought tears to the eyes of any tower defense player.
Done. And let's get this side dug out. Move faster. Okay, now to start building the traps.
A cry for help from a few Nagas trapped in a very remote area reached the ultimate evil while it was defending the dungeon. Maybe they could be saved by using a spell, which was ready to be unlocked in the crystal chamber.
Spells. And retreat lightning bolt for the horde.
The artifact continued being loaded with magic. It would soon be ready.
Unconscious, unconscious.
It's payday.
Let's put a door right here.
Wave-by-wave tactics of the Alliance had so far proven unsuccessful. So, a strategic genius had decided to open up a second entrance to the underground in order to send, well, wave after wave of units into the dungeon. The creatures of the unstoppable evil continued work on filling the artifact with magic. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Boom, 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 boom. Spells. It's being researched.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Oh, wait.
The ultimate evil had learned a spell. This would enable the Nagas to be rescued. It immediately set about doing so. Play me the song of magic. Oh yes, the artifact continued to fill itself with more delicious mana. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
One, two, three.
Enemies have
Five.
entered the dungeon.
Who's unconscious? You are unconscious.
The artifact was almost bursting with energy. It was now producing mana independently and ready to stand by the ultimate evil's side in the battle for the temple. It also gave the ultimate evil access to a few more magic spells. Now it was time to take the temple and destroy Krotos. The ultimate evil gathered all the troops together to attack in one devastating wave.
There we are. That there,
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
and that there. Put here, here, here. Grab this one who's unconscious. Put him back here. You need to heal, man. Oh, how do I? Okay. I think you guys have done enough. No more digging. Everything's good. Where does this one lead to? Once everyone's healed, I will head back up to the surface.
Payday.
Oops. That's a bunch of money.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Again. Yeah, you're gonna want to run away. Oh, that's one down. Okay, now I'll send my troops in. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, go heal. I have so much mana. It's so little money. Why are you guys not getting money? Hurry up, little snots. Collect more money.
It was now time to fight Krotos. After a long pause, the unspeakable evil positioned its army and went into battle against him.
Yeah, no, not gonna happen because he just sent more
Enemies
troops.
have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
And grab the goblins. Okay, grab all the goblins. Orcs, goblins, and nagas. And send them over here. And are we able to make our way to the surface? Not yet. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Let's send everyone to the surface now. Does that mean one of my Nagas is dead? Or just badly, badly hurt? Okay, she's just badly hurt. Put you here to heal up.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Again with the entering of the dungeon. Okay. Just because you're gonna keep sending troop after troop after troop. I gotta send these guys back to defend. And just use my orcs. Make my way to over here. Ah, good. should have enough money to do that. Yes, now the two areas are linked. Focus on collecting
Payday.
money. Here comes another group of
There are enemies in your dungeon.
soldiers. Go to the hospital. Hospital. Okay. Should be able to expand the hospital once I get some more money. Grab. Who should I grab?
It was time to face Krotos in combat. The ultimate evil positioned its army and went into battle.
I'm gonna see if I can grab the book that's over here. I know it's an ambush, but if I can grab the book and then run back, that would be nice. And if not, I just
Apologies, I thought that the Horde would take a different path because there is an ambush awaiting them here. But obviously that doesn't seem to be bothering someone at all.
Nope, doesn't bother me at all. Just wanted the book. Okay, head back underground. Grab you. And collect your pay. Looks like we're all good. Grab them, grab my healer. Can we go to the surface now? Yes, now we can go to this surface.
The unspeakable evil's creatures approached the Alliance's camp. An impressive dam towered into the sky in the background. However, this path led to absolutely nowhere.
Oh, she died. Oh well. this out.
The ultimate evil, or more precisely its creatures, destroyed the Alliance's camp with the greatest of ease. It considered having a luxury hotel for stressed dungeon managers built there.
There we go.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Once again, there are enemies in my dungeon. There are always enemies in my dungeon. And whoop, accidentally clicked off the game. Doors, no. Yeah, let's put some traps.
It's payday.
There. One here. One here, one here. That works. Fill all of this, this, and this. Okay, I'm gonna build some more snots as soon as I get some money. 'Cause my snots are not collecting gold like they need to. I just have too many things going on. I could do that. Ah, yes, the spiders are dead. So this can be a new treasury room. Gold. These cost 100 each. Okay. Let's let them get their pay. Actually, I could send them over here. They have all this back here. RT. I remember some of these missions taking a long time, partly because of just how I play. But I had forgotten just how long they might take sometimes. So, even though it is just a handful of missions, like 10 missions I think in total, it can take up to like 20 hours to beat the whole game.
just so that we understand each other correctly, you are meant to attack Krotos and finish him off now. One great final battle and all that. All clear? Then off you go. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Let's grab them. I know that they're not very happy with me. Okay, I should be able to start building some slots now. Build treasury. No, not trap. Bring all of you back. There we go. This is better. How would
It's payday.
Oh, it's payday again. Goblin, 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 goblin. Let's put everyone on the surface. There we go. Got some more snots. Everyone's been paid. By putting them on the surface, I can get them all paid. Should be all paid. And now I just got a bunch of snots down here. Got some troops coming towards me. Let's get the orcs out front. Battle cry, admittedly somewhat lame. Creatures hit harder and will consequently increase the damage they inflict. Boop.
Apologies. I thought that the Horde would take a different path because there is an ambush awaiting them here. But obviously that doesn't seem to be bothering someone at all.
No, can't do anything that way. Okay. So I need to go. Where do I need to go? Come over here. And then make my way here. And then do it this way. Like that. Ah, the traps are finally being built. I'm gonna put a doorway here. Finally have enough snots for a decent economy. Let's build treasury, expand it a little bit more. So I don't want them to dig all of this out. That out as well. And this. Those traps should be good enough to keep them at bay. Oh, all those Nagas went in and died. Okay.
Together with its Naga allies, the army of the ultimate evil stormed the Naga temple. The battle began.
These out. There we go.
It's payday.
Okay, and am I able to do this? Oh. How about... Okay, got some more troops from there. Let's expand the hospital a bit. So that I can build more beds. That works. Can I do this? Yes.
The spell ensured the Naga's safe passage into the dungeon of the ultimate evil. Excellent work.
That's what I was supposed to do. Okay, let's demolish this. Expand the treasury a little bit. That. How are we looking on troops? We got 4 orcs, 4 goblins, 5 naga. Yeah, seems okay to me.
Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
Oh, that's nice. Get another orc. Get some gold over here I can collect. Gold here. Expand my brewery a little bit. Let's fill in this part. This is never receives pay. Okay. Where's an orc?
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Mogtar.
There are countless spiders pouring out of a
Here you go,
room
Mogtar.
that was accidentally unearthed.
Never receives
Disgusting.
pay. Yeah, they're fine. Fill the treasury. Okay, what is this? Chance of critical hit. Sure, give that to you. Regeneration +1. Give that to my healer. Tin slots is good.
Payday.
Things get built so much faster now. Okay. I don't need to slap them as often, but it's still fun. What's this? That's money. This is minus 90% boredom. Here you go. Not worried who got it. I think it was the goblin. Doesn't matter. Receives no pay. Here you go. Everything seems good. Put a door there. Snots are doing their job. Let's go with 2 more orcs, and once I get enough money, I'll buy a Naga. Oh, it's not money that I need, it's population. So 1 orc, 1 Naga, 1 goblin. Okay. Should be in a good situation to fight now. Without too many
Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
issues. More spiders, huh? Put you in the hospital. There you go.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Plus 25% HP. Give that to you. Treasury here. Now, as I was saying, send all of my orcs and archer nagas. 3 of my goblins. Send them to the surface. And let me grab one of the healers as well. Come on. There we go. Make our way back here. This. Okay, send in the orcs first. Goblins second. And then the Naga can come in at the end.
It's payday.
There we go.
It wouldn't be long before Krotos was defeated. Just a few more blows and he would fall. Hey, wait, what do you think you're doing? Come back, you coward! I mean, seeing that defeat was inevitable, Krotos opted for a strategic retreat, leaving the temple in the ultimate evil's power. The gathered evilness then burst the nearby dam, and the Alliance's camp disappeared under waves of water with a very satisfactory gurgling sound. Despite the soggy end to the Alliance, the ultimate evil was livid. It had just been robbed of a delicious revenge. But, if I may be so bold, that was yet to come. I saw it in the script.
Okay, on to mission.
Job done. Although Krotos managed to escape, the Horde continued on a glorious triumphal march. Now the time had come to set an example. A deed of particularly heinous evilness would inspire the creatures of the Horde to greater things. To this purpose, the Horde moved deep into the wealthy heartland of the Alliance. It was on the hunt for a creature whose sugar-sweet kindness and cordiality would rot the tusks of an orc. A unicorn.
Play. Here we go. Gonna hunt some unicorns. Get some of that unicorn meat. Make some of those IKEA meatballs.
The Horde had grown impressively. Many goblins and nagas had joined the military evil's army, but evil was still not satisfied. To evolve any further, a particularly vile act would be needed. There was an enchanting fairy-like being in these lands, whose goodness oozed out through its every pore. The death of the unicorn would inspire the Horde to even greater deeds. Moreover, its head would look really nice hung over the fireplace. However, this creature was not only strong, but it possessed an inner magic that could becalm even the most vicious orc and make it change allegiance. Help would be required in order to ensure the Horde wasn't transformed into a pathetic heap of flower-gathering hippies.
Get to work, you lazy snots. Over here too. Okay, we have 4 snots in total. Make more beer. We're gonna want
Some creatures had been
Naga
hiding in a
work.
secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
Cool. Take this out. Take all of that.
Rumor had it there was an ancient cave here, once inhabited by orcs. Perhaps the ultimate evil would find some answers there.
Yes, perhaps. Okay, now that I've got a Naga, hopefully I'll be able to gather enough mana soon that I could increase the population. Let's do that. Yeah, that'll give me the chance to harvest enough mana to increase my population. Naga Orc. Expand the treasury.
Whoops, just realized I skipped a paragraph, sorry. There were 3 upwardly mobile Alliance cities in the vicinity. Previously, these had been industrial centers with well-regulated trades. However, in recent years, the banking industry had grown exponentially, and so now all the inhabitants worked for the banking sector. These cities have been networked together via a well-guarded road system, colloquially referred to as Wall Street. Is this really relevant? Don't think so.
Oops. I was trying to click on your place. Alright, let's build some snots. 1, 2, 3. I like having 10 snots in total. So once I get this population upgrade, I'm going to build 2 more snots. I'm just keeping an eye on this number right here. This 15 out of 15. Once it's 15 out of 20, that's when I'll press BB again.
Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
Ah, good. There we go, BB. Okay. Should be when this one's done ticking around, I get number 10. If not, I can just click it again. Fill this in. Expand the hospital. Build some more beds.
Royal aid had reached one of the threatened banks in the shape of a gold-laden donkey. A well-functioning financial bubble like that would always be a law not just to bankers, but to heroes as well, looking for somewhere to store the proceeds of their last forays. Once this was done, they marched straight for the nearest dungeon. Unfortunately, that belonged to the ultimate evil, and as dungeons go, would prove a very hard nut to crack. The ultimate evil would not permit any further gold transports to reach a bank in distress. This was in order to prevent the emergence of any more heroes.
Okay, let's take these out.
Greedy people were challenging the mean evil's use of space underground. They would soon learn, in an extremely painful manner, that the evil simply wasn't interested in sharing. The last worker had been expelled from the gold mine. This underground area was now held firmly in the iron grip of the ultimate evil. Well, in the hand of terrors, actually, as evil wasn't so hot at moving around.
As you can see, the snots will actually pick up the unconscious people, drag them to the hospital. This is regeneration +1. I want to give it to my healer. Let's dig out some more of this gold.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Take this out. get as much of this area dug out as possible so I can build a bunch of traps here. I will need to make a tinkerer's place, but that'll be built up here.
Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
So, one here, and put another one here. Let's expand this a little bit more. Dig this stuff out. Let's just dig as much of this out
Some
as we
creatures
can.
had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
Yeah, as you can see, digging out, or as you can hear, digging out all of this stuff is beneficial. You discover lots of units by doing that. So it's a good idea to dig out as much as you can. And they're free units. You have to pay the upkeep, but that's pretty much it. Oh, spider den over here.
There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
I wouldn't say it was accidentally unearthed. I kind of did it on purpose. Grab the two goblins. Get as many of them over here as I can so they all get experience. Armor +1, that's definitely good for orcs. There you go. Generation +1. I don't think I have any other healers. I'm gonna leave it there for now. There are plenty of good units that benefit from regeneration, but I personally like giving it to my healers.
Another bank required government help. Immediately, a gold-laden donkey headed out onto Wall Street.
Okay. So I am going to want to grab some orcs and send them to the surface. Try to grab that donkey.
Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
Now, whether I can get to that donkey before it gets to the bank remains to be seen. Oof. No, there's no way I can get to it. These foxes are gonna stop me. Okay. Let's keep going. Ignore them, keep going. See how close I can get to it. Who knows, maybe
The
it'll
horde was
stop.
preparing to attack one of the cities, but the reluctant evil did not feel quite strong enough. The next task was to take care of the unicorn, as this evil deed would help to strengthen its army.
Take out the donkey, take out the donkey. Get the donkey. Your orc lives don't matter, kill the donkey. They're not gonna get there. Pity. Such a pity. I need better orcs. Let's see if I get panicked retreat before they all disappear. It's almost done. Come
Your
on.
dungeon is full of yogurt. Yogurt?
Oh, that
What's
joke
this all
again.
about? There's absolutely no yogurt. Oh,
Oh, I can only
it's
use
supposed
my
to
own
be a
territory.
funny illusion. I see. Very funny.
Okay, I can only use that in my own territory. I did not. I had no memory of having that restriction. Ah, well. Let's... Need more mana for this. That should give me plenty of room for more mana. Where are my snots? Let's see, what's this? Work rate, 100%. Can I give this to a snot? No. Okay, let's give it to a Naga. Give it to this one. Then I'll produce mana faster. Boredom minus 90%. Give this to an orc.
Once again, a transported gold had reached one of the cities, and so saved a bank.
Okay, what's this one? Regeneration +1. I'll give it to... Where's the other Noggin? This one. Give it to you. Ty Swift. So slow. Hurry up. Stop making me wait. I'll give this one to you. That works. Works for me. Okay, I got 3 orcs.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Get 2 more Nagas and a goblin. Grab these orcs. Grab this one. These. Drop them all behind. Okay, they are dealt with.
It's payday.
Okay, let's research some traps. Get that one and this one. How's the digging coming? Ah, this mana crystal is protected. So send you guys in. Everyone's getting some experience, which is good. And
There are
what is
countless
this?
spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
Okay, where are the spiders? Over here. Grab the Nagas. And grab the goblins. I'll just put them all up here in this corner. Nope, not what I was trying to do. Chance of landing a critical hit. I'll give that to you. Let's dig all this gold out. Oh, there's another entryway over here.
Once again, a gold transport was required.
Let's see. This one. This one. Yeah, let's send those.
Is this all a bit slow for you? Visit the premium shop, where you can buy 20 gems for just $100, which will speed up the rate at which this work is done. Hang on a minute, this isn't a free-to-play game. Just completely ignore what I just said. The Ultimate Evil's little snots had torn down a wall, just as they had done 1,000 times before. However, as this one collapsed, it revealed a large cave, inhabited by several fat and particularly obnoxious spiders. This plague had to be stopped as quickly as possible, otherwise these disgusting creatures would spread through the underground like lightning.
Okay. Let's get... Are they going to spread? They might. Let's get everyone to go back. Grab everyone that I can. You.
Unbelievably Evil destroyed all the spiders with almost absurd ease, and thereby discovered a resource for cheap leather shoes. It also discovered another path to the surface, which would come in very useful in the future.
Send everyone to the surface. See where this leads to. Okay, all healed. Take out these foxes. Take out these guards. Take out these guys.
The entrance to the Old Orc Cave was in this area of the overworld. The ultimate evil instructed its creatures to enter it. They were to look for something useful to fight the unicorn. Goes without saying that the servants of the ultimate evil intercepted this gold transport as well.
As well, huh? It's the first one we've intercepted. Let's take these guys out. Okay, let's check out what's in here.
The creatures of the ultimate evil entered the Orc Cave, referred to as DF9 with trepidation. Due to the greed of its owners, this ambitious building project had never quite been finished. However, there was bound to be something here that would prove useful in defeating the unicorn. At least, that's what the strategy guide kept saying.
Take out these rats. Open this. Make our way. Open this, and let's open this one. Okay, I think I just need to use Mr. Goblin by himself. So the orcs are just going to keep attacking the traps. And they're going to get themselves killed. Ah. Get out this way.
An orc emerged from the darkness, muttering, "Right, show me what you've got then." He started attacking the creatures of the ultimate evil. After a tough battle, the mysterious orc was slain. What was all that about? But wait, suddenly the corpse of the orc began to disintegrate. At the same time, something could be seen moving by that strange altar in the Orc Cave. Was that his spirit floating in the air over there? After a few seconds, the strange altar appeared to set the orc free. It would seem he had risen from the dead. He now happily joined the horde, having ensured their fighting skills were up to scratch. This strange altar was impressive. Perhaps the ultimate evil would soon be able to build something like this in its own dungeon, once it had inspired its monsters through an act of evil. The hungry evil was in the mood for horse salami. The time had come to get rid of the unicorn.
Okay, let's grab everyone. Make our way out.
A happy dwarven song extolling the virtues of gold was heard echoing through the corridors. The deaf evil would have found it anyway, thanks to its bustling little snobs. quick action was required before those greedy little rascals started helping themselves to the gold reserves. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia.
Avoid the fratricidal war. Each sliver of a soul exists in its own right.
Him again? Good grief, can't he and his pseudo-mystical babbling go somewhere else? We're trying to tell a story here.
Let's get everyone back so that way I can take out the spider den. As well as the dwarves. Have them. Have them. All good. Okay.
Another bank required government help. Immediately, a gold-laden donkey headed out onto Wall Street. The final dwarf gasped his last greedy gold before hitting the ground. The underground and the treasures of the hoarding evil were safe for the time being. Payday.
You. Okay, we're full up on gold. So I'm gonna need to build some more treasuries. Put a treasury over here. Oh, what's this? Boredom minus 90%. Can I give that to you? And I can production crystal thing here. There we go. Good enough. So 2 naga here, 2 naga here, and 2 naga here. Put a thrasher here, 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 and here. And let's put one of these right here, I guess. Anything else? Build treasury, little small treasury here. Actually, make it a big treasury. Like that.
The unicorn fell to the ground and was immediately made into horse Wait a minute. That unicorn isn't at all dead yet. It's doing just fine. Come on. Time to take care of it.
Right. Dun 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 dun. stay here. Not the healer, though. I need the healer with me. Healer, you're gonna come here. And this goblin, you can stay there, do your tinkering. Okay. That should be good. Let's make our way.
A gold transport had reached a distressed bank. The subsequent economic boom immediately attracted a few heroes.
Okay, let's try our best to take out this unicorn.
Suddenly, the creatures of the abominable evil itched all over and started scratching their bodies. This was bound to have been caused by the presence of the nauseatingly good unicorn rubbing off on them.
Let's get that unicorn.
Nailed it. The Horde's bloodthirsty monsters killed the disgustingly fluffy unicorn on behalf of the ensconced evil. For the troops, this meant only one thing: horse salami. But wait, that's not all. This evil deed completely delighted the Horde and inspired it to new evil deeds. The ultimate evil was now able to get its servants to upgrade the throne room. This would give access to more fabulously diabolical things. The ultimate evil returned to its throne room at once and had it upgraded immediately. The swanky evil's new throne room shone in all its glory. The evil immediately checked out the other rooms, particularly the Tinkerer's Cave, to see what new things its creatures would be able to... The strange altar in the old Orc Cave was fascinating. With the new and improved throne room and a little brain power, it would presumably not be beyond the wit of the ultimate evil to build one in its own dungeon. There, it could be made available to all its creatures. The evil and heinous acts perpetrated by the ultimate evil left the cities feeling threatened, and they hired extra guards to protect them. The amused evil sniggered as it noticed this.
Okay, so upgrade.
It's payday.
Upgrade rooms.
Insert funny line here. Wait, what? The script doesn't seem to be done here. Amateurs. Oh, to work with professionals for once.
Oh dear. Well, let's send everyone
Your
back.
throne room is under attack.
There we go. Let's get... lightning. Okay. Expand the Tinkerer's room. I don't have enough money. Well, it seems I have hit a bit of a snag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get to mining. Do it faster. Oh, don't you start slowing down.
New research was available in the Tinkerer's Cave, in particular, a new room. Once again, a gold transport was required.
Faster healing, recruit treasuries, faster reviving. Produce toolboxes. This room. Get your money. What? You want beer? All right. Let's go then. To the surface, everyone. And let's make Goblin Naga. Goblin Naga.
The strange altar was finally researched and ready to be built. Soon, any creatures who were stupid enough to die in the overworld could be brought back to life. That is, if it were desirable to do so.
I believe I can build this in the hospital. Yes. So now I want to expand the hospital. Like so.
There were still cities waiting to be annihilated by the Horde. Payday.
So check you out.
The power of that evil deed had made new research items available in the Tinkerer's Cave. The city by the forest and its lumber camp held up well, but were not able to tactically outwit the dastardly evil's genius, and so the city was destroyed by the Horde. The question now arose whether the Horde should start felling trees here, or whether that would enrage the Night Elves. What? Night Elves? Oh, wrong game. Apologies.
Let's get all of you close together so I can do a tactical retreat. Oh, come on. Tinkerer's Cave, or whatever it's called. What is it? Yeah, it's Tinkerer's Cave. I was right. I was right. I was right. Arena. Let's get another orc. Let's finish off with a couple of snots. One more snot. Expand brewery. Not this way though. Build a new one up here, here. Double the beer production now. That's looking good. Next caravan in 20 seconds. Let's see where that caravan's going to show up.
Another bank required government help. Immediately, a gold-laden donkey headed out onto Wall Street.
Yes, I'll send you back. Need one more of the productive girls. Here you are. Send you back. Where is that donkey? Here.
The tedious evil had still not destroyed all the cities, and by now had exceeded the time frame the developers had designated for this task.
Ha ha ha.
This was not going to be helpful for its high score at all. Oh, wait, what? No high scores? Oh, well, just completely ignore that then.
Yes, I take my time. That's good then. Goodbye, donkey.
Another gold transport was stopped by the creatures of the vile evil.
Oop. Everyone's got a good buff. Off we go. Let's take this fairy out. Pixie. Do I not have room for one? Dear. There we go. It would seem some of them have died and stayed dead for too long. Ah, well.
Once again, a gold transport was required.
Okay, should be plenty of beds now. Looks like I lost 2 orcs. One of them was the special orc. Not that I used his ability that much anyway. Might have lost, yeah, I lost the healer Naga. Not a big deal. Let's talk more beer. And where's the healing one? Faster healing. Okay, 750 gold. Should be there any second. And grab 2 of you. to the surface.
Payday.
Where's that donkey?
The cities had still not all been wiped from the face of the overworld. It was time that the lazy evil finally got around to doing something about it.
Ah, there's the donkey. Let's expand this a little bit so I can drop one more down. Okay, cannot drop one more down. Still.
The vicious evil's horde fervently destroyed one of the gold transports and greedily helped themselves to its contents.
Okay, make our way to this camp. Are all of these free? Yes, enough of them are free. I've only got 4 troops up here. See if we can take this out. Come on. Got it. And take this out. One, two, three. 1, 2. Okay, 5 should be enough. Let's see if we can finish off this. I'm supposed to build an arena. So, where does the, I don't need this. Build the arena, huh? P. Arena, here we go.
The ultimate evil still had to expand the arena in order to make it really useful. A fighting pit would enable it to improve one of its creatures and train them to be an even better fighter. Exercise equipment would allow its minions to relax and ensure they didn't get bored. A fighting pit had been built. The secretive evil immediately grabbed one of its creatures and threw the wretch into it in order to be trained. Sounds strange, doesn't it? But that's exactly what happened.
Let's build some exercise equipment.
The generous evil had placed a few bits of training equipment into the arena. These were set to effectively transform the monsters from wobbly jellies into pert, crisp vegetables. Sweaty creatures would have no time to get bored.
Let's go to the surface. Looks like we got this building destroyed, so just gotta kill all the enemies here now. Next caravan is up. It is over here. It's right next to my troops. Let's grab everyone I can.
Payday! The flatulent evil decided against training its creatures and thus establishing a powerful army, preferring instead to experiment with pushing 2 fingers up its nostrils, shoving them as far as they would possibly go.
We're probably all gonna die pretty quick, but
The tedious evil had still not destroyed all the cities, and by now had exceeded the time frame the developers had designated for this task.
repeating ourselves.
This
now,
was
aren't
not
you?
going to be helpful for its high score at all. Oh, wait, what? No high scores? Oh, well, just completely ignore that then.
See this? Come on, take it out, take it out, take it out, take it out.
It would still be a great idea for the dim-witted evil to finally get around to training one of its creatures.
Okay, let's grab goblins. They should be able to finish it. Where'd they go? Ah, up here. Oh dear. Take the donkey out.
Another gold transport was stopped by the creatures of the vile evil.
Just get over here and we
It
can...
was time for the ultimate evil to throw one of its creatures into the fighting pit in order for them to be trained.
Oh, I threw one in there already. He didn't want to be trained. There. Let's put you in there.
The driving me into an incandescent rage evil has still not managed to get one of its creatures trained. Come on, move your ass, you ass.
I don't have enough population, unfortunately. This should speed up the population. Or finish up the population. What time is it? 4:53. Should have time for one more mission after this. There we go. Now my population is high enough that I can actually train my units.
One of the creatures found himself in the fighting pit, and somewhat reluctantly, after being convinced via the persuasive power of violence, began training. Another bank required government help. Immediately, a gold-laden donkey headed out onto Wall Street. Mission accomplished. The creature had finished its training and evolved.
Good.
Smugly, the ultimate evil patted itself on the back.
Okay.
It's payday.
Grab some orcs and some naga. And all the goblins. Let's just head straight to the surface. Go after that donkey. Got one more that I can put down.
The cities lay there like ripe fruit, just waiting to be picked. The ultimate evil gathered its creatures in order to address the problem.
Good. Okay. Should be strong enough to deal with them without supervision. Get that stuff built. Not enough gold to increase population again. Not yet, at least.
Goes without saying that the servants of the ultimate evil intercepted this gold transport as well.
Take this out. Okay, let's finish this city off.
The city by the quarry could not withstand the marauding horde. and became victim to the bloodthirsty warriors. The survivors would be allowed to continue working in the quarry. They'd just be made to do it in chains to please the insidious evil.
Yeah, I got room. She'll be teleported down here and revived. Okay, let's make our way down to here. Take out as many of these as we can. Let's aim for the fairies first. Pixies. There is a better optimization for this area. Let's get rid of some of these beds. I should be able to fit one more over here. Oh well. Lots of beds.
The small fishing village offered little resistance against the horde. The thought of getting the fishermen to work for it was quickly rejected by a doubtful evil. It was concerned that the horde would get too used to something so tasty. Mission accomplished. The unicorn graced the ultimate evil's mantelpiece. The cities lay in ruins and Wall Street was occupied. 99% of the mission objectives had been completed. Wait, no, it's 100%. Excellent.
Okay, continue.
Job done.
Nope.
The demigod Crota,
So,
the
here-
ultimate evil, was on the trail of the mage Gandaldor, one of the treacherous heroes who had banished it. Evil had followed him into a craggy valley, which was home to some trolls. Here the magician would utter his last spell.
Okay, so this is the mission where we get trolls. You can see the purple lines here. This is the Hellfire. This is like the demon track, and then this is the hordes track. So you get two options at the end. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do the troll today, finish the horde, and then I could do the demon track if I have time tomorrow. I just remember some of the missions taking a really long time. And then some of the expansion missions, the cold, whatever, the one where you play as the undead. Those missions are really difficult sometimes. But they're fun. I enjoy them.
Trolls, renowned for their striking power, inhabited this land. The ultimate evil had sent off Trollolo, one of its Orc clan chiefs, to invite the trolls to join the horde. At the same time, the vengeful evil was on the hunt for the good magician Gandaldor. He was thought to be in the area, and had been one of the heroes who had banished the evil. Not that the revenge-thirsty evil needed any reason for hunting down good-natured beings. First priority, however, was to meet with the clan chief. Everything else could be dealt with later.
Right. So first, I need them harvesting gold for me, making pathways. Can they even get to that? Okay, Naga and Orc. Second Naga, second Orc. Oh, I have a population of 30 at the start of this one. That's nice. So that means I can go straight into lots of snots without worrying about it being a detriment for my defense.
Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
Good. That surprised me. That cough surprised me. Okay. Grab the orcs, throw them in here. Grab the two Nagas, throw them in here too.
There was a small, very well-guarded Alliance camp in the overworld that had now noticed the Horde. Unfortunately, this camp was already connected to the dungeon, so that very soon, wave upon wave of heroes would start streaming into the dungeon.
Oh dear.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Let's dig. Not all of it. Let's dig all of this out. All of this. All of this. There we go.
Your throne room is under attack.
Orcs. Defend. Okay, I'm gonna need to build a hospital. Let's put it over here would be nice. Near the entrance. I want all of this cleared out first. Oh, spider den over here. I want to get them to stop digging over here for a second. Got a
Payday.
crystal here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want it to be one more back. Like here.
Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined. The
What?
uneasy evil's little snots had been digging when they came upon a strange room, which was heavily guarded. An inner voice told the evil that it should keep its nose out of there until the appropriate mission objective had been given.
Right. Please stop. Stop digging. Stop digging. No more digging in this area. Not necessary to dig there. Let's get all of this dug out. Set up beds along this wall.
This Trollolo is so well known that a plan is afoot to make a movie about his life. But hey, let's face it, the development stage for that has been almost as long as a certain juke needed to use up his chewing gum reserves.
Ah. Okay.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Got spiders over here. Okay, should be enough digging. And let's put the Tinkerer's Cave right next to the entrance, the guard entrance. And I might not have wanted to make it so big. There we go. Would like this to be like that. We can have an entrance there and here. Oh, actually, I'm not pointed on this side just yet. Let's put another. Oh, we have the Tinker's Place over here. Okay. So actually, I don't need these. I just want the boxes. Let's grab a bunch of these boxes then. Come on. And put them here. And, 10 and drop them here. That works.
It's payday.
Oops. Don't want that one there. I think I want it to be like that. Okay. Fill that in. Let's build crystal here. Brewery. I definitely want to expand the brewery. I have 11 snots. Let's make it 12. Get 2 more Nagas. Let's expand all of this. Treasury is looking mighty fine.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Okay. Population. Let's do spells. Panicked Retreat. That's a good spell to start with. Already researched, never mind. Let's do this one then. Expand the brewery. And I'm gonna want this over here. Get rid of that one. Put this one over here. Grab the orcs.
There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
Whoops. Okay, orcs can just hang out over here. That's fine. 2 more orcs. Let's grab the Nagas and one of the orcs, the one that's motivating. Partly ignores armor. Ooh, that sounds pretty good for a Naga. Could be good for an orc. I think it sounds better for a Naga. Let's get as much of this over here as we can. All of this is something I can't get to at this time. Yeah.
Trololo is one of your most able warlords.
Oh, that's
They were on
nice.
the cusp of publishing the story of his career, but that idea got ditched.
Much like him. I have ditched him in exchange for digging everything I can out of this cave. Guarding. Send you over here. Got some level ups. This is plus 100% energy. That has to go to another. There we go. Doesn't have to, but seems to fit the Nagas the best since they become healers. Reduction. Shower of arrows. That sounds good. Let's get
Payday.
2 more Nagas now. Oh, my population's maxed.
Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered.
More spiders again. Come on. Finish. Hurry up. Okay. 1 more Naga. Spider den over here. Just gonna grab all the
Enemies
orcs.
have entered the dungeon.
Send them over here. You take out the spiders, then I'll put you back in the guardhouse. Okay, all good. There you go. Back in the guardhouse, you go. Great. Okay, you guys are done. So let's come over here. Take out these. One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ooh, plus 25% damage. Let's give that to you. Good enough. Okay, you guys go on guard duty. Now I can mine this area. Put a treasury right here. Treasury right here. Any more treasury? No more good treasury places? Okay. population. How close are we? Almost done. Build a door here. Another door here. 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 Gonna need to get this brewery area fixed up. Put a door here. 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 Here and here. Here. There we go. What, you got knocked out by the forces of hell. Let's put you in the hospital. Okay. Room upgrades. Requires a work unit. Oh, I don't have any goblin workers?
Payday. Whenever he wasn't off with some legendary heroes or other, the magician Gandaldor ran the famous Wizards Academy, Snotfarts. Always busy fighting the Balrogs. Just saying.
I don't know why that surprised me and made me laugh. Okay, money's coming in. Money, 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 money. Money. Oh, I have a snot who's trapped. That's in the works then. Oh, can they not? They can't hurt him, can they? Okay. Well then, let's do that. And build a doorway there. And how about we build a second doorway there? Have the upgrades finished? No. There. Goblins as well. that.
Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
There we go. Got some more creatures. Okay, my snots should be able to finish digging all of that out. This is sealed off, so I don't have to worry about them for a hot minute. And I can start actually making progress without the narrator being too obnoxious.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Bring the snots in. Put you in here. Get some more beds.
Payday.
There you go. Get into bed. Ooh, spiders up here. So let's stop worrying about that area for a moment. Traps. Start off with this, surrounded by these. And put one of these here. There should be plenty to defend this area.
A room full of rats has been unearthed.
Oh dear. Orcs. Come kill them. Great. Faster.
Did I mention how well-known Trollolo is? Yes, of course I did. Now, this groom wasn't half as famous. However, you may have heard of his son, Garfrog. But if that doesn't ring any bells, don't worry. I mean, who cares about World of Fightcraft these days anyway?
Gar frog. Uh, okay. Let's put the door here. That can lead into this area. Just gonna go around like that. I'm not sure. Put the trap here. That's the door. Yeah, put the trap there. Do like that. Door here, door here, door here. Yeah, all of these traps are kind of unnecessary once I get that.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Let's see if one treasure chest is enough to knock this guy out. Yep. So even if he's lagging behind, I got a treasure chest here to knock him out. That's good. You guys can dig this out. And then I'll turn it into a pathway once you get all the gold. Probably put another room over there as well. This part's probably not necessary to dig out. Yeah, don't worry about that one. There we go.
It's payday.
Put a treasury right here. Then I can build a door here and here. Then arena. I do want this area dug out. this corner out. That might release spiders, but if it does, it does. And I'll need this top part dug out too. Grab the orcs.
Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
It's fine. A little bit more money.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I think a second treasure chest over here would be good. Maybe one there as well. Cannot upgrade anymore. Need more evilness.
The ultimate evil had for some time been plotting what to do with the unfortunate magician Gandaldor, should it happen to get hold of him. But Gandaldor would be prepared. He had long predicted the return of the Dark Lord. I mean, the ultimate evil.
There we go. Now they shouldn't be bored. That will finish off my population. Let's grab you, you, you. Once I get this one, I'll grab that one. You. Come on then.
Payday.
Send them all to the surface. Gonna need to expand this hospital. 2 is a good start. Okay, back to the surface. What's this? Plus 50% HP. Sure. Let's do that. Okay. Supposed to go this way. I thought I saw someone say something. But nope. Okay, back in. This entryway. Boop, 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 boop. And then everyone except for the productive one. Let's expand the hospital. A little bit more. Is it 2 or 3? It's 3. Okay. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about doing that anymore.
The creatures of the ultimate evil came upon a strange portal. The evil immediately recognized it for what it was, the entrance to the demon realm. Could this be used to bring the demons under evil's control? The glowering creatures surrounding the area did not appear to share this wish. They seemed more interested in a game of rough and tumble. When the demons persistently refused to subjugate themselves to the vile evil, the Horde promptly stormed them. The portal disappeared, but it would certainly not be the only one. What did the demon's presence here mean? The ultimate evil let its creatures continue to push on to where the clan chiefs resided. Payday! The Alliance camp went up in smoke and flames. The unspeakable evil's creatures shouted and roared their victory to all and sundry. It would take some time before it dawned on them that they could have feasted royally from the contents of the Alliance's stores.
Let's make our way here. Got some sort of obelisk. Go up here.
The unspeakable evil's creatures saw Trololo and Groom in the distance. However, their glowing red eyes did not bode well. They appeared to be under a spell, an energy aura wobbling around them somewhat disturbing. To make matters worse, the hero magician Gandaldor happened to appear at this moment too. After all, a magician never arrives too late or too soon, but always precisely when he means to.
Defend this place, my minions, for true evil. The Horde will not be a problem for my master.
With these unpleasing words, magic portals opened in the disgruntled evil's dungeon to release sinister demons into its realm. Brace yourself. A group of vicious demons were guarding the area. Since neither Buffy nor the Winchester brothers were currently available to sort them out, for better or for worse, it would have to be up to the Horde or the delegating evil to get the job done.
Now I can grab everyone and I believe send them in here. Is that correct?
The destruction of the demons and the hellish crystal meant that the barrier was destroyed too. The self-satisfied evil allowed itself a quick pat on the back. Now, it was time to deal with Trololo and Groom. Dum, dum. A demon portal in the dungeon has been closed.
Okay. Just checking. Ah, okay. This area. Let's go ahead and mine as much of this as we can. Do the same over here. Let's not mine too close to the arena though. I don't want to accidentally break that open. We can mine this. mine that, and I'll just fill it in later. Let's see. Oh, I can mine these now. And we can mine over here. Looks like there's some gold over here. Got a little bit over here we can still mine. I know there are spiders. I'll just have to deal with it. And then this whole area I have not mined. Do that. That'll keep my snots busy for a while, hopefully. Is there a
It's
pathway?
payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Yes, I know. Ah, is there no pathway to that? Seems not.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Yes, enemies have entered the dungeon. Drop the orcs there. Make sure these enemies are being destroyed. Oh, he is being kept busy, isn't he?
The ultimate evil has discovered a rat's nest.
Okay, you got 2 books. Chance to critically hit, plus 5%, and regenerator, plus 1. Okay. Let's grab you. Regenerator, plus 1. Critical hit, plus 5%, can be you. The last of this dug out. Oh, what's this one? Energy plus 100%. Ooh. Okay, this one I'm gonna have to save.
Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
Okay, spiders. Where are the spiders? Deal with the spiders, orcs. Generation plus 1. I could actually put the books into here. Critical hit plus 25. I could give the critical hit to you. Hey. Hey. There. Nothing else over there. Just seeing if there's any other way for me to get there. The camera feels jerky when I do that. Yeah, I can come down like that. Grab all my orcs. Grab everyone except for productive. Grab all my goblins while I'm at it. Should be able to make short work of everything with this group.
There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
I'll worry about it another time.
When the Horde's creatures reached the clan chief's Trollolo and Groom, there was no more demonic fire to be seen blazing in their eyes. Both joined the ultimate evil with the greatest glee. The prudent evil resisted the urge to punish them both severely for their treachery, for the time being at any rate. Currently, it needed all the help it could muster. This basically good hero had allied himself with the demons, who were resisting the unspeakable evil's control. That did not bode well, at least not for the ultimate evil. The path to the clan chief's dungeon appeared to be guarded by some corrupted trolls, who bombarded the gorge incessantly with stones. The well-armed evil would have to take good care of its troops here, or alternatively, avoid clever tactics and send them through en masse, as befits a horde.
He was going to say something else, but I triggered his next dialogue by accident. Okay, I'm gonna send them through in mass and hope they make it through.
Some confused creatures decided to go up against the horde of the ultimate evil. However, the moment was short-lived and their fate sealed.
Energetic. Here you go, Groom. Let's go underground.
The creatures of the keeping itself at a safe distance evil entered the clan chief's dungeon. However, something was very wrong. The demonic influence was palpable. Slowly they groped their way forwards, penetrating further into the darkness, following the relentless clicks of the ultimate evil.
Good, good, good. They have revived. Let's go back to... Are they up here? There we go. goblins we can rescue.
Some creatures have been held captive here, and after being liberated, were pleased to join the Horde.
Let's grab the last potion. Let's disable the door. Disable this trap. Everyone else, make your way here.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Take these out.
The creatures of the research-hungry evil had discovered a Chaos Forge. Here, trolls created powerful improvements for the entire Horde. Something like that would do nicely in its own dungeon.
Let's give you armor plus
It's
one.
payday.
And what's this? Work rate plus 100%. Here we go. Give you that. Break through this last door.
In the former clan chief's dungeon, the unspeakable evil stumbled upon another demonic crystal. One which projected its insidious aura onto the surface. It was clear that this thing would have to be destroyed as well.
How many of these are taken out? Just one? Okay, we're good then. Any more enemies back here? Nope. Just an exit.
The second demonic crystal was destroyed by the Horde, and with its demise an area in the overworld was set free. This caused another entrance from the clan chief's dungeon. Moreover, the rock throwers were able to free themselves from the spell and didn't hesitate to join the Horde.
Oh,
This will not please my lord.
skipped over
The
that.
true evil will tear you apart. Vengeance will be ours.
The voice of the obviously corrupted magician boomed across the battlefield. He seemed to think himself a servant of evil, but he was serving the wrong evil, and the Horde would soon teach him that. Unfortunately, the Demon's Crystal had failed to provide access to certain areas of the overworld. The ever-exploratory evil then saw that the hero's camp in the overworld happened to be conveniently close to the crystal. This might just prove useful. It was time to clean up the camp. It goes without saying that the renegade demons and the Alliance were not the best of friends. Thus, another portal quite near to the camp opened, and demons started pouring out of it. Very soon, a fierce battle raged between the two camps. This could be a good opportunity to have the last laugh. Why not use the opportunity to wipe out the weakened Alliance, if I may be so bold?
Okay, I'm gonna clean up the underground here. Then, once these demons come in, I'll probably defeat them. And then I'm gonna head up here and deal with this. Okay, grab my orcs. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be enough.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Okay. Let's get the trolls over here.
The troll chieftain Groom died a heroic death. At least, that's what will be written in the history books. Probably best not to mention his addiction to demon blood.
There we go. I'll carry him. Is my evilness high enough to upgrade? Nope, still not high enough. What book is down here? Boredom. Okay. Over here. Frugal. Frugal could be useful.
Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
Give me frugal. Ah, okay. Energy. Grab you, give you energy.
It's payday.
The generator. I'll give Gaga generator. And that's all the orcs. I'll give you the boredom one. build a treasury right here so that I don't have to go so far for that. Treasury here. And let's fill this area in. Like that. That should be more than enough to take out anything that comes our way. Bigger. Like that. Then card room right here. Oh, here's another book. What is this? Work rate. Give you the work rate.
While the Alliance and the demons battled each other, the bored evil sat back watching with interest and some popcorn. What a great opportunity to finally destroy the Alliance's camp, but it's important not to rush these things.
And yeah, I'll just leave the goblins. Because I am building traps, so... $6.18. Yeah. Once I finish this, I'll probably stop streaming for today.
The Alliance camp lasted about as long as a flock of sheep at an orc family reunion. As a bonus, so to speak, a plateau appeared very close to the demonic crystal. Perhaps a troll rock thrower could be useful here. A plateau allowed the displeased evil's creatures to see the unnatural pulsating of a demonic crystal. This crystal was located on the surface and could not be reached without anyone succumbing to its power.
Get some rock throwers up there.
Fortunately, the mission plan following evil had just recently recruited the troll rock throwers. This kind of unit could dig in and then attack the crystal from the plateau.
Can't quite reach it, can you? Get a little closer. Then dig in. You need to dig in too. Can you reach it now?
Payday! The trolls smashed the demonic crystal to pieces with their enormous rocks and so put an end to the aura. The Horde was once again on the march.
You'll pay for that. The one true evil will not be stopped.
I'm gonna leave the rock throwers there. Oh, I can come down this way. That's convenient.
The Horde discovered another Alliance camp. Go get 'em! I mean, that's what the ultimate evil creatures might say in that kind of situation.
Okay, come this way.
The Alliance camp went up in flames. An inner voice, as well as the mission display, informed the ultimate evil that there were no other camps in the area.
Take out this last demon. How's this? Yep, that's done. So I can grab my goblins now. Grab the orcs that died. And let's grab Groom while I'm at it. There, that should be everyone. Not quite.
A few more demons had idiotically thrown themselves into an attack on the Horde. There was an entrance leading into the underground behind them. That had to be Gandaldor's hideout.
Welcome. You who are about to die, we salute you. For you will die here. For horror. For the one true evil.
I think he's supposed to be Kael'thas, if no one else has picked up on that. get through the door. Yeah, a couple of them have died already. Get back to here.
Payday.
Gandaldor hit the ground. The Horde had triumphed. Quite naturally, even a demonically possessed magician was absolutely no match for the ultimate evil. Nevertheless, Gandaldor's words were significant, because he really was convinced that he was serving the one true evil. Apparently, there was competition out there. The remaining demons fled from the victorious Horde in droves via brand new demon portals that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Where would they go? All would be revealed at a future date. At least their master had been destroyed.
The game has frozen. So if you're looking at this and you're wondering why nothing has happened, it says Dungeons 2 not responding. That is the end of the mission though. So even if the game crashes. Okay.
Job done. The
So-
ultimate evil was on the trail of the mage Gandaldor, one of the treacherous heroes who had banished it. Evil had followed him into a craggy valley, which was home to some trolls. Here the magician would utter his last spell.
So we just finished this one. Next time I will do the top two. I'll do those two first. I'll do the bottom two. Well, how about I do the top two, the last mission, and then the bottom two and the last mission as the evil guys. That might be better. Or as the hell guys. So Horde, then final mission is Horde. Hell, final mission is Hell. Okay. So it is 6:30 a.m. for me. Let's head back to the menu. I will end streaming now. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Hope you found it interesting. And I hope you enjoyed me changing it up. Instead of playing an MMO, I played a single player game. Not even of the RPG variety. I enjoy playing lots of different games. I have loads of games on Steam, which I intend to go through slowly, one by one. Since I'm already familiar with this game, that's why I decided I wanted to do this. I will do my best to get the audio levels good before I stream the games in the future, so I'll probably open them up and fiddle with the audio. I might play a tiny bit at the beginning of the game just to make sure that everything sounds good. But that's about it. Some of these games I've never played before. Some of them I've played pieces of. There's one game, there's an RPG game that I was considering playing that I played the demo for it back in 2018, and I actually found out that it was released recently. I had actually paid for early access to the game, and I found out it had been released and was actually a pretty good game. It's an RPG, so I intend to play that at some point, but we'll see. We'll see when that happens. Anyway, until next time, I hope everyone is able to stay healthy, and I hope you all stay awesome. Bye bye.